frequency for emergency message. Clear frequency for emergency message. To commercial. Alert to commercial.
Be in Oasis County.
10-4, doesn't need to be resequenced.
10-4.
Oh, you're 4. Go ahead. Yeah, the other two just go ahead. I'll go over the front of you.
Democratic leaders. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Front.
Frog starts with F. Bye-bye, Mr. Frog. Wow, underwater is so beautiful.
People that you want to see in between. Like, stop, I want to talk to you.
Oh, I know.
Pablo and Yuri presented as bananas.
Yeah.
And then Lucas asked a question dressed as a banana. And then Guido came in dressed as a banana as well.
Thank you for what you do for the PSL. Please, don't step down, just keep doing it forever. Great hands love the web. Raise your hand if you have done React front-end.
We have EDLC requesting the requesting the guard out there because this is the garage door. She's working off of our dispatch, 18 over.
Go ahead. Taking down those lights to get that corrugated screw off the lights. Sure do.
2-4.
For many of those utilities,
whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
System will now. And I thought, wow, if we just program ABC instead of C, each of those utilities would be like half a page of code.
One day at a time, between the
entire suite of utilities various things instead of the years that it looked like it was going to take. Except that ABC was so high and abstract. It wasn't a good language.
David, landmark 1838.
Are you?
1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1
Can you come down here and look at something in the boiler room for a second?
Creativity, or gaming. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice, WPS Office, or only Office for productivity. You can use browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Brave, or Evolve. You can configure the desktop to flexibility and match As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it's clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want an operating system.
Yes, but I'm going for a kid back to the shelter. That's not.
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
Now be okay. So let's have a third go at running.
And you're marking them under medical reasons.
And in 2025, we used to be able to euthanize taxpayers, which is 2.8%. The look at all the ones that were euthanized. Now, before they're euthanized for medical reasons, they see a graduate transition. Because actually, the majority of people whether it's a channel or so any animal that's
They advise to turn it down. Lieutenant.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And if you've noticed, it says get more desktop layouts. How do you do this by purchasing ZoranOS Pro. Another new feature deployment is the new
should be able to run that on any computer without any
files application.
So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they've done. It is a applications are bare bones.
Station uses 10105. 7114 Old Brownsville, 7114 Old Brownsville. What's up, David?
Have a great day.
You can go back and forth as much as you like. Just back to the graphics and then get back the other way. As we saw there, it's all very straightforward to use. But I thought we'd now move on to setting up a shared folder to share our back and forth.
I'm going to send that over to people on Teams.
Guest machine.
Confirm that it matches on everything.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court and they're protected by these. I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do these? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because Cash, I think that Janine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. Right? These are...
$6.48.
Somebody was working or looking at something. There's a light on up there. I just don't know if somebody was there or not. Copy, copy.
I want to ask the other two. Michael's got the contractor in 120 right now taking the scaffolding down, but he may have shut a valve off or something up there.
I'll be 10-6 at East Cliff Elementary in Portland.
I'm in red.
660. Yeah, noise, kind of, Joe.
10.
Okay.
10-4.
Right, I have to use alone.
Well, one research and
one unable to make contact RP, one patrol, one unable to locate. And show me en route to
David, Lansford 1838.
Where are the last ones been?
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to make your flight?
Convoys creates calmer days. Yours just did.
Selected elements and highlights around windows. It's not only boring, you don't have that.
For one, the household must be Iranian. Let me emphasize that the household must be Iranian. $7 a month inside each household member. $7 a month for each household member.
Human rights, according to this USA-based human rights station, the news has spread to over 220 locations. At least 20 people have been reported, and at least 20 people have been arrested. More than 190 arrested.
Representatives are sending travel to Paris. Representatives are sending travel.
I won't have to back up to make this turn. I just pulled up so Carlos can load because of that white car's in the way.
The ramp there, I'm not able to close the front door.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Transit base to yes sir, 1081 to let you know he is back on time with navigation buffers 904.
Okay, 10-4, thank you sir.
10-4. Unit 912, I'm having an issue with this 1025. 10-4.
You keep coming back? I like that. One more time. Every act of restraint.
Half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison, because we don't want to have them come back, so we literally put them in our prison, which we don't want to do. But we bring them back to their countries. Working with state and local partners, the FBI arrested over 8,000 violent criminals during the course of this period in major cities like in New Orleans.
They're not allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead. The real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means any law enforcement. This looks like a possibility, especially in that.
C917 to dispatch. Can we rise in the line?
You already heard. You don't need to force anyone to listen.
10-4.
On a number of packages available for postal.
Fake dispatch radio.
Is it possible to stop on 912 the passenger with a
$3 billion on two
Would you pay
sites,
attention to
one of
grows?
which is now in production.
What are we growing together
As for
today?
international sales, about 60% of revenue actually comes from customers based outside the U.S. China alone accounts for 20%, which exposes TI to geopolitical tensions and tariffs China is imposing on U.S. goods.
They have some wafer fab capacity actually in China, so they can offset some of that.
Tariffs is a dynamic situation right now. Our global footprint
Renaming
and our
complete.
manufacturing.
170 files renamed.
How do you continue on route? Let me check it out.
Yeah, you continue.
From Gnome or from another
I got a question to water with every position on the street guys so we can do our stuff at work.
New files sorted. Or placed in worded folders.
7-5.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Take a snapshot of that. That'd be awesome. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on either?
LV, CJ, current generation complete with worded series files.
And I'll entertain a motion to approve.
This time, I'm going to create Windows 10 and Windows 11 virtual machines in Linux using VirtualBox. I did make a video.
Metro dispatch, you want to
The highest skill is not speed, it's choosing what deserves your energy.
EF2045, protect North Trail. 2045, protect North Trail for a vicious pit bull that is trapped in the backyard.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Yeah.
You keep coming back. I like that. And one more time. No one wins.
The ancient master.
Yeah, I called the circle and then
become locked away in the subsurface as carbonate minerals, or they could have been
Ten-4. It's going to be a one Zamora,
resolve window in the
and this phone number is 361-834-8351, repeating 361-834-8351.
Web browser, a file manager, a terminal so I can test things out, look things up, write stuff, maybe have a little video player. It's just really useful, and no other desktop comes close to offering this wide variety of use cases and functionality. It is the strength of Cosmic, and you already have a recent kernel, recent drivers. You should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
Any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Popo,
Placement scan complete.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
Yeah, to PEP 1807 US 181. She's going to be waiting there. She saw a dog running around her apartment complex and picked it up on her way to work. And then
we'll see you later. Dispatch 6001, did I have any flex ups?
Trim complete. Process 27, quarantine 0.
Not lapdog loyalty, but a commitment
Move 27 files to processing.
Not the evidence leads to making the right decisions. And your job, no one's job is to like the data or the evidence, it is to collect it. That is how you gain trust. And Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record
time-consuming part of the project.
white
Inspecting the parts
supremacist
on the surface plate, they all came out bowed less than 9,000ths of an inch. One of them was only 3,000ths. That's less than the amount of material we still need to grind off to reach dimensions, so I don't think it's worth trying to straighten them first before grinding. To grind, I'll move the sign plate setup I use for milling over to the grinder.
Remote attack
Since
vector
the parts are
activity
already
detected.
rough tapered, I only need
Alert.
one angle. I can grind.
LORA HackRF jammer activity detected. Alert. MAM Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected. Alert.
They're just looking to go back.
Remote attack vector activity detected. Alert. LORA HackRF jammer activity detected. Alert.
10-4.
MAM Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected.
17 is 1044. 10-4, thank you for your time, Mr.
Next time he sees some red camera, and we'll send like rapid fire down here. Okay, and just load me
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Once that sun clears that crap, it should be a lot easier.
It is still a first draft.
Once that sun clears that crap, it should be a lot easier.
Check your radio.
Roger that. Stand by. Go ahead,
Most Linux installs don't encrypt this way. Most Linux installs don't describe it as
These lines, they haven't blocked off in a They're trying to make contact with 2 members. You know, I'm just going to be what they're doing.
Whoever controls the impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel confident.
Has next sports company already invested in this? 4 million?
They might be the same. That would occur.
Careful, once I make contact, right now we have it all there.
The soccer field right now, where they have an outlet.
I got 10 over here, skimming here,
Okay, both ways. Okay, 10-4. Yeah, different situation. Thank you.
You're requesting an ambulance now?
Right.
Okay, what is this issue that's wrong with you?
You sit down on the floor and say, excuse me, you can walk.
Okay, that's more 7-3.
You're going to go over if you need to.
Come on.
There's a tool right there by the wheel.
Male subject with a hard hat and a fluorescent vest is walking around people's houses. Last seen near that address.
32, radio check and 10-8 from the yard.
Yeah, it's okay, careful.
Route 5 to dispatch. Can I get a fire, please?
I said to them, is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be. That's it. Here for NVIDIA, we'll just...
Sure. He will be in the unit.
Gamma rays, or GRBs, are intense bursts of gamma rays. Usually associated with the collapse of massive stars or the merger of neutron stars. Some of the most energetic events in the universe, capable of releasing more energy in just a few seconds. The discovery of the boat GRB.
Route to the middle school. It's going to be for an evaluation on a child that hit his head on the floor. Again, you'll be going to the middle school. And storm.
Alright, we're going to go ahead and find a manhole. We got to dump out this water so we can finish up in the repair.
You need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
All person in the school. You get a copy, Oscar? They're going to fail out again. If not, call me mobile, please. 10-4.
Not sure
select a modeler. So the plan is to actually recommend a number of different qualified companies to the committee for review and consideration, and then we'll take everybody's input, make a selection on the modeler, get them on board, and the hope is we have them on board by February, and then we'll start the modeling process. Now, the goal is to have all of the modeling effort completed by April, which is our anticipated.
What amount did you say that we ended up paying last year?
Councilwoman, last year we ultimately ended up paying 60.
Video PD, average PD, radio check.
You've enjoyed it. Congratulations to Gary Bud.
Aviation, alert 2,
Using
general
technology
aviation.
to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
Alert 3, alert 3, alert 3.
Not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in action.
Possibly take you back to college physics class.
Invented at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shy Wave. 41. I'm out at Portland PD for 95 pickup.
Is it rounded?
125, 1060, checking the area.
7-3. Yeah, when you have a chance, did you see 10-12? Because I see 10-12.
We still have the 17 on detour, correct? Outbound, right on Gilmore.
Right here where I'm at.
Renaming complete. 193 files renamed. You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
Keep going, keep going.
Mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge to overcome.
I gotta load the front part of the trailer because the rack's full already.
Attention Station 2, Station 2 only, fire alarm at 821 Market Street.
Trying to get in throw everything on the front, kind of full in the back.
Zone 1.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go a little bit further back because of that.
New files sorted. 5 placed in worded folders.
So, we'll
0 to 1.
Who is going to be eating?
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
New files sorted. 20 placed in worded folders.
LV CJ, non-generation complete with worded series files.
Medic 1 arrives and transport to shoreline.
Copy 7-3.
That's a 10-4.
I'm arriving on
These two people here are for the fire jumpers.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
I want to see Bodine. I think they're wrong, buddy. There's San John, 9393. Okay, let me call Bobby. There's San John, 9393.
10-4. Workflow complete with fixed dates.
But you did get the guys for the generator, correct?
You keep coming back? I like that. One more time. No invention excuses.
What's your working off fire dispatch? 2131.
You are the author.
624.
I am only the voice that helps turn thoughts into motion.
Process 24. Quarantine 0.
We'll be at 113. 10-4. Eric.
On the ball, emailing the buttock back there saying to figure out what the wind speed was, coordinating with people that were seeing on the spots. That's a little bit confusing. Derek saw it and shot. I actually got into the scope and actually saw the impact. A little bit of confusion there. Derek saw it and shot. I actually got help with ammo there with the wind. And actually saw the impact. Just for wind. With a little help with ammo there with the wind.
But remember, you only have so much
just for wind.
Hey, sir, where you're at. Bobby is going your way with the generator guys, and y'all can switch off, and you can take the guys to the generators, and Bobby can grab those guys.
To work with U.S. intelligence extensively. Nowadays, he's a director for Darktrace, a security firm on the front line.
2523.
Placement scan complete.
Check 10-8 from the yard.
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Can you check the area of 100 block of Lee and reference
car in front of you, boy.
utility truck? Try smart solar that's been sitting in the area with 2 male subjects for the past hour.
Film complete. Process 27, quarantine 0.
Now, I was just telling these guys what we have to do here. We're first going to pick up the rest of the trash.
Move 30 files to processing zone.
Yeah, guys, 1018 is back on route. I have a detour for Route 21. Go with that detour? From Greenwood, you're going to go left on Walton, right on Elgin, left on Survailance, back to Radio Route.
6501, 1044.
Yes, that's okay.
Tell everybody 1 is I tell everybody 2 to stand by.
Starting JSON security scan. Starting JSON security scan.
2474.
Placement scan complete. Starting JSON security scan. Tram 0
Pay
local
attention to
artworks.
grows. What are we growing together today?
Taking our son to the Fulton 24/7. I'll be following them.
Go, James.
Not only our understanding of time.
Respecting Johnny's right to mental quiet is a choice worthy of the strongest character.
I know that there's great
Let us
organizations out
summarize.
there.
Problem solver. Expression of matter.
Sequencing with manager and willing, putting it all in reference to specific juvenile coverage. There is a court last night.
They make a lot of sense.
That's how making it easy to get started made up the creation of a non-profit entity. Become for February 2025.
Or some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not sure if it's opening and closing apps, not sure if it's...
There's light, microwave, light, motion sensor.
Can you turn this?
Microwave signal. Make the light come on.
26th of October, early next year, you'll have a newer base and I'm sure you'll have upgrades in place. So this will no longer be a problem.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the world.
And the other members, the other one is the latest version of the also grew up which is 6.2, and which continues to give the user and she didn't have a mother, so she was...
The mind at peace is not meant to disturb your mind to feel alive.
And she grew up there, and she was kind of flirtatious. She got better tips. She was seen as this
The most powerful transmission springs travels farther than any radio wave.
He's really a good show, medic.
Hey, Michael, what's your 20? Where you at?
QP.
I got Oscar that has some contractors that need to look at the generator in mechanical room 120. Could you just momentarily meet him at the door and just open the mechanical room for him?
Let me wait until Hector comes back, so we can watch our tools.
I can get Oscar. I'm right here in the first floor. Here. I'll be around the cargo dock 8.
Okay, Rick. Oscar will be heading over with the contractors, and they'll be waiting outside the door of Sunnyport kitchen door petition.
O'Neill?
10-4.
What section, sir?
Thank you.
The opposite side of the ditch from there?
Oh, okay, 10-4.
I'll be on 1062.
You can pull Eric out? 743. You got that post. Do you know what cars are in? I don't think we need any cars.
Be advised the green tag is still on the vehicle. I'll remain at location for about 20 minutes.
You're going to be in office Gordon? Gordon, be as in point.
Between the thought and the action, there is a quiet moment. I live in the...
158, 202 is around.
So they push them down. They try to be good. And because they are trying to be good, they become harmless. You cannot succeed with zero support if you are harmless. To build an empire from scratch, you need aggression. You need the ability to look at a competitor and want to crush them. Not physically, but strategically. You need the pride to believe that you deserve more than the crumbs society has thrown you.
Like that. But for me, it has all the functionality that I need. It's stable and it just works. And just like Todoist, Standard Notes is cross-platform. It's not a Linux-specific app by any means, but there's a Linux version available for those of you within my audience, but there's also versions available for Windows and Mac OS as well. In fact, you can even use it on your phone. And it syncs your notes between devices, so it could be your one note-taking app for all note-taking purposes.
What's the payoff for the companies running it? And why is your privacy priced like a throwaway line item?
The going rate for your household second-by-second viewing history is about 1 cent per day. That's what it came out in FCC's case against Vizio. 1 cent bought advertising for the entire map. That included what you watched, when you changed channels, how long you waited on an ad, plus demographic tags like your income, age bracket, your family size, even what you've bought recently. And then
Kingsville Medical Zone.
Here's where you can picture. Go ahead.
Victor King Mary 5302. I'll be on one forever.
One.
Okay.
You ready for me to come in? Hey, Mattel, did he tell you to run away too? Hang on tight for a bit.
Thank you.
I think for, you're right on Amity or you want me to wait on Lori?
Their actions look like the highest standards. Their actions look like the highest standards of the United
Hold on, Lori.
This is 1023.
Yeah, he was overloaded.
Keep coming back. I like that. One more time.
Airport 6D Davis Mansart. Airport 6D Davis Mansart.
I'm sorry, I missed one of those. I have one negative caption, one unable to make a rating, one unable to caption what was the next option, one possible. 28.
in P25, they're often the least important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with your IP address.
23.
It's your browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests?
You probably know this.
A VPN doesn't have
Public comment.
The highest skill is not speed, it is choosing what deserves your energy.
Now we 20.
You have one car coming behind.
But still, I'm making contact with your mom company this.
Never mind, it turned. You're good.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
106 Timber Trail Circle to make contact with the Christi main officer, reference to an emergency message.
He shows him now.
We have one of the most successful attacks ever, and they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing, but it's a shame. And we have some others, but not many.
Go ahead.
373.
10-4.
AMC, gray in color. What is going to be out of Marshall? I don't know. Not putting 9 inches and verify manually.
Renaming complete. 218 files renamed.
This is 912. He's up here. What you got? I want to get him swapped out, but I'm going to swap him out over there off of SPID and then his job on the very first bus stop. I'm going to be an operator with a bus stop there. SPID is in his job, so 10-4 and the access are 10-4. Make them that kind of time on the outbound 29. Right after he goes under the freeway and turns left, 10-4.
New file sorted. 5 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders.
You gotta go over.
Which you have no awareness of. And they all work together in a delicate dance to create your perception
of the CJs on generation complete with worded series files.
We'll first close down
The world of words that is no small power.
There we go, and we'll go to the machine.
The mind that refuses to play Predator games has already won the most important battle.
Down to shared folders, and we'll
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're quietly rooting for these members in the House that have taken matters into their own hands with these discharge petitions to hope that this
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
It is still a
and getting about 2 million gallons, and we're going to build a brand new well, and we have 1 million coming.
Harassment disguised as science for research but still harassment.
Did a few years back to diversify our system. Same as how this, eventually want to stop pulling as much water from the lake to help Corpus.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Okay.
Placement scan complete.
Early next year, scientific complete.
At the time, I didn't know how much I do realize. Things that we do, yes, and things that were in to them.
262 to Q.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be on standby for Joy from D Crew at 1057 Balboa. Can you see the history on it and see if there's a grade 3 made for this location?
.301 delay at Southgate, 10 minutes out.
Station for dispatch.
Comment on any items.
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
More for your privacy than any sponsored VPN ever will. So first we have
to make public comment.
HTTPS or don't. Let's start with what almost nobody can.
909 dispatch.
Go ahead. .10-4.
Stop is closed for the night.
The mind that refuses to play predator games has already won the most important battle.
So if those individuals are waiting for the 19, they are not going to be picked up there because that route is on
Video complete.
due to the construction in the area at this point. Route 6 should be passing by there though.
Okay, let me head back down there and let them know. I didn't see any. I didn't see any reason why.
They advise they were misinformed, they don't need an officer.
28. What's the crash number?
So for 130, customer's gonna be 7691, 7691.
401.
Unit 908 to Transit. Carbon info radio.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetically, is a mark of real...
For 18 Club, copy Paul Lincoln Nora 0284.
Okay.
Well, guess you better fix the stove, huh? Friday, today, can you perform Blanca for me? She's ready for pickup. I'm coming behind you. Airport 60, David Lansart.
David Lansart, 1838. Here, keep some.
You want a single or you want 2 trucks? 10-4. On my way.
spending millions right now based on the council's policy to improve the kennels. We have a consultant who's given us a report about
When's the last time we've done anything for the shelter besides the very last $4 million that we just got before that?
Well, that's probably it. You know, there's been some minor things in my 7 years, but the kennels were built, but they weren't built even for adoption. They were built for euthanasia. And so this council, we recognize that. We had the consultant give us a recommendation on where can we do that. But
I've shared most of my thoughts already, but here's a classic.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any trouble. So to conclude on cosmic and fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first. The applications are
the system will now
the settings.
Reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So
historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months.
Go ahead. You can show me clearing with just one unable to locate and one made contact victim.
As I mentioned earlier. But for now, I would conclude this section by noting that the
clear one more people. 10-4.
4922 Andover Drive.
10-4. Please go. Your code 1 Shoreline. 10-4. 635, please.
They are utterly broken and Cosmic doesn't think them. This might come in the future, but it just doesn't look that good. GNOME apps are going to look way more at home on Cosmic. Now let's move on to how warning.
To 8540.
For all time.
Call 61.
Hello, 61.
I'll be code 3 response Shoreline.
10-4.
traffic 223.
No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of mind.
Nine, you came in too low.
Station, not on dispatch.
10-4, go ahead.
Can you show me an AC 937 arrived at 3625?
Don't forget about the taco. I got you. Remember.
10-4.
We have adoption events.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Community activities that occur, like we're going to the home garden in the fall, things like that to spread word about the adoption program. And so yes, we are definitely seeing an increase in the animals adopted. We had 1,200 animals adopted in 2025, so that is an increase from what we've had before. So the pieces are coming together.
Thank you for that. One of the things that was...
Greetings, Johnny.
And finally, we want to install the Zeta page.
Ramp.
Charlie 310, McConnell and Mother.
Ray, Jill, Bob, Alex.
Waverly Wildcats.
Okay, so let's close.
H9 for dispatch.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in action.
While being beaten most of the time, as Pado has described it.
Over the course of 6 years of marriage, she had 3 children for him, and she lived a very miserable existence.
More eight is
In
1974, the time the television led about 4 family full of resilience. But 50 years later, the real Corpus driver is being used rather than a proprietary.
4806 or 4826, I'm sorry.
And for 4826, Dodge Drive. It does have the green tag on it still, and I'll be standing by for 20 minutes.
Denver, 4826 Dodge for green tag.
said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy.
And composite and vinyl. For those of you that are impatient, here's a quick answer. In Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, a fence typically can range anywhere from $4,000 all the way up to $30,000 or much more. Make sure to stick through to the end of this video because we're going
They tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives with the proper dimension. Wanted list for the most wanted.
You know, since they call those radio machines, they fucked my mom with for years. Radio.
It's worth noting when you change
microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to warm food, not
because they're really trying.
Radio check. Six or seven out of the office.
Well, 32 doing the 1070, all clear.
Bill Cosby's first print. This is very old. Very old piece.
Like if I went to Kentucky Fried
No one wins when someone's piece is treated as a game or experiment.
One gave me a piece. AC-933, 1076 to 3941 Harris.
A painful moment that forced Abraham to finally accept that even stars must follow their own hearts. When Selena was tragically murdered in 1995, 7/23, Abraham lost not only his daughter, but the future he envisioned. In the years that followed, he devoted himself to preserving her music, defending her legacy, and keeping her voice alive for generations who never had the chance to hear her live. Through triumph and controversy.
En route. A mind at peace does not need to disturb another mind to feel alive.
p25 to Metro. p25. From West Park, there's a vehicle still there with a green tag.
You don't need to prove dominance over someone's nervous system to feel significant.
Yeah. 905-905, sorry.
Yeah, me and
Police are hiding that her nephew, and Nicholas Ferreira subject is banging on the door trying to get into the residence.
Take it. Take the lamp off. I can't hold it.
Route 19 of base. I sent you a text.
22 to base. Anybody have traffic?
Route 13, 4 down, 3 around. What route is asking for me to perform a trip?
No frequency can justify violating someone's peace of mind.
Was that half up good?
the daughter of Hollywood legend John Huston, who matched Nicholson's charisma with her own fire. Angelica was the rare presence who saw him not as a star, but as Jack. And vulnerable. Together, they lived a love story that yet behind closed doors, its brilliance was...
Harassment disguised as science or research is still harassment.
Y'all get to the done with that fire break? I mean, that yard break. One of the blowers and come back and blow some of those driveways.
Hey, the radio on my unit's not working. I went to a couple other units and the radio's not working on those either. I'm right now in Oxford, so I didn't make it.
They're going to be en route to Robstown. First maintenance flight to Robstown, 625 and fuel to abort. 632. I will be 10-8 for now. They're going to drop the paperwork back off when we completed it. No.
Go ahead. I believe there's a passenger on there. The name is Corky. They just canceled. Order 41030. 41030. Fort Foxtail. The first set meter 41030. 41030.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of mastery.
Hold me on that. 10.
From Shawnee, I have results whenever you're ready. Nora Charles David, 1589.
125 negative, it's not DJ.
10-4, thank you.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them kind to future you.
Division, how many coppers are from this vehicle? You're up to 2056 Washington Drive, 2056 Washington Drive, RP5. Engine 1.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm with the police department.
In the heart-wrenching body camera video, released and blurred by police, you can see an officer trying to comfort 2-year-old Giovanni, who is crying and calling out for his mom.
We're going to get your mama, okay?
Go ahead and load up. Police say the car was stolen about 2 hours earlier after it was left running. Ring camera footage capturing the moment the suspect took off in the black Kia, followed by Giovanni's desperate mother running down the street.
Juan, you got Jeff and me right here, Lori.
Alright, 10-4, just hang on for a bit.
Cable.
38, drive.
I got loaded yet or no? I got that one on my
Stand forward.
Sam 3-1.
He loves the sound of that ding right there, which indicates a hit, and immediately squeezed another one off. He loves the sound, which was very wise. I mean, you're on target, which indicates a hit, and immediately squeezed another one off.
Yeah, those are about 8 inches apart.
Which was very wise. I mean, you're on target. Yeah, you hit that one again.
Yeah, those are about 8 inches apart. Garrett was the best thing he missed that one.
But he got 3 hits.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Do I need a permit to build a fence? Fence permitting depends on the type of materials, type, and location of the fence. In cities, you may find that fences of any height need permits.
Mary, I'll show you working off of the
difference in
line at 10:59. I had the female call in to PD just now. She's at apartment 6060 at Portland, Contessa, 410 Lane.
If we'll make contact.
Subject to President Trump, are you more worried about U.S. winning the race for AI dominance with China or about AI's potential threat?
121 on tonight, boy.
Wait, 110?
The 45 is.
61.
Traffic, get right.
1.
Traffic.
What could I do? Sorry, Jack. No smoking in the nest.
Oh, fantastic. Brilliant. Just down the side. Jack?
1023
I thought it was you. It's the hair.
Listen, I'm working on the soccer story.
Right. Look, I must get back to Habib.
Alright, dude, moving to the corner middle, bay 1, hotel, moving to the corner middle. Moving to the corner middle, bay 1, no skill, dude.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps, not sure.
Are we doing zero loads of music?
Also happens inside of
I don't know about you. You might want to ask. What do you do?
Yeah, just hang on tight. We're going to be milling the other side probably a little later, probably like in 2 or 3 hours maybe. But we're going to mill the other side. Okay, so I'll come back into then. So what?
Rings are also extremely delicate and thin, and ephemeral structures that appear to defy the laws of nature. We would expect the particles to endlessly collide, and the rings to spread out and begin to disperse over time, a process that should be driven by the particles on the inside of the rings being drawn into the planet by its great mass. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Something seems to be holding the rings in place. Hidden in the images taken by Voyager 2, we
10-4, Gregory, 10-4. 10-4.
A really good one is the implementation.
A mind that protects other minds is far more evolved than one that invades them.
Named spaces are one hunking great idea. Let's do more of those. This is so Tim. Normally import this, import some useful library, which is very serious business. Having an import this that was just a joke
Watch it, Eric. It's real wet
was
in
a
the
bit of
bottom
lightness that we like to add.
This is from a small hobbyist community, right? Because if you're a corporate...
Yeah, I can see that.
Halo 2.
Halo 2.
Almost all the experts believe that it's inevitable that if we don't blow ourselves up or have massive pandemics or something like that, they're going to get smarter. Nobody knows what's going to happen. And we really shouldn't do that until we figure out whether people are going.
Renaming complete. 1912 files renamed.
Halo 2.
And Halo 2 is off of Beeville with 5 on board, heading to Galveston. You got 755 in gas and about an hour and we'll say 20 minutes en route.
ccpd, departing control.
647 in Nueces County.
47. Route 2792. Route 2792 Humble Street. P25 Humble. Refusing to go to school. Daughters requested officer. Refusing to go to school.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer
We got Tyler now.
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly. Take your time.
On the way to dispatch.
911, go ahead.
Can you place a call for solid waste to 4230 Loman? It's going to be on the curb.
Yeah, my friend. Report?
So when you get to 915,
Is that it? Yes, ma'am. And may you show me 1076 to 1046 Loom Avenue? 10-4.
The call-in P is not needed. 10-4.
Look at the map.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
It's London. Subterranean London. What's going on? Why are the doors open?
Tango.
Ready, Metro Dispatch?
Cards. What's the bills and service?
Truck 4, Italian 314 is 4 for commercial light. Izzy is 1409, 2433 Cimarron, 2433 Cimarron at the Buckeye Hubby School. They're working off of Group 7, Group 7, over
915,
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, the person who stops
Assistant that understands your context is why the future of AI glasses is so exciting. Of course, Android XR powers everything in between too. All new form factors like Xreal's Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go.
New files sorted. 5 placed in worded folders.
Can I get that one for the original rate, please? That I gave you?
Quarantine 0, empty folders.
25-801784.
LV, CJ, non-generation complete with worded series files.
3002 Sally, 3802 Sally Lane.
That's correct.
A black mini SUV. It's on the crosswalk in front of the fire. There's like in front of fire lane on the crosswalk.
Well, GP, we're going to get out of here.
Just with that. That's what I got the call.
125, 155. 125. 55.
Workflow complete with fix J, son.
Hello, Walter Defense. It's the one US 181. RP is calling, requesting we check on her mother.
Joey?
Entered like I mentioned.
23.
Let's see some additional useful options that we can use with Journal CTL. And the first
Yeah, I think you guys are ready to respond to that. I'm probably got you guys to say. We can use that for the controllers up here by the pool.
Much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
So you have one year's list here. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks.
To who is that?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
Shy of tomahawks with Ukraine. Are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin?
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in.
Placement scan complete.
Always remember that it is when passions are most inflamed that fairness is most in jeopardy. So the presumption of innocence is relevant to the advice and function when an accusation departs from a nominee's otherwise exemplary record. I worry that departing from
One patrol and 2 unable to locate.
667 10 courthouse out the office.
667.
Utacheza siku moja, utacheza tena. Utacheza siku moja, utacheza tena. Leo. Maybe si leo, maybe si kesho. Maybe si kesho.
I don't know if he's going to make it through.
You want 21, sir?
.55, I'm in the area.
We want 55, 10-4. 55. Right.
Trim complete. Process 2, 131,
Good morning, Johnny. This is Anna. Production credit, if you can please relay a message to your mom, Donna, I'd appreciate it. If she could give me a call back today, 361-452-8945. Thank you, sir.
Outside lane of 77 shut down. They're trying to replace a tire on it.
You can edit menu, as you can see, although given how organised the menu is, there's no massive requirement to do that. And it is interesting to see there's now a new science menu category. Finally, it's also possible to customise the interface by going down to Preferences and to Themes, which is down the bottom
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
And here we've got a lot of choice, including selecting different colours. And if we go to Advanced Settings, it's possible here to return to a traditional...
Can you make a phone call for CAC reference to a general
So, yeah, 10-4, ready. Yeah, 4. Let me let him know he's on the stroke.
Bobby. Six 10 engine officers, make up the go down.
74.
Move to 149 files to processing zone.
Got one coming in front of you.
And
What unit? I'm sorry.
Three, 2-4.
$157 will be clear. 155 is on 10.
2-4.
I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here with me. A mind that protects other minds.
10-8, and then you can attach me to 1090 lane.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic.
done replacing the tire. Roger, I'm sorry, that's one in the area on the corner of Waldron and Castle Park. Corner of Waldron and Castle Park. Work order number 62144. 62144.
10-4-17. AC 909 dispatch. Show me clear from the Sunray call with result codes 1 made contact victim, 1 unable to make contact owner, 1 contact notice, 2 educate, 1 report. All right. 16.9. Victim, 1 unable to make contact owner, 1 contact notice, 2 educate, and 1 report.
Run again in
U5 sorted.
1824 is when
24
Jackson
folders.
was the plurality winner of the electoral vote and the popular vote, but didn't win when the race went to the House of Representatives.
Quarantine,
but
0
Calhoun is
empty
thinking,
music
okay,
folders.
I'm number 2, and you never know, the president might die, or this might be a launching pad to something. Yeah. So he manages to finagle his way onto the ticket of both John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson when there's a rerun in 1828. So it's the...
You are writing your day one sentence at a time.
Violent
Make them kind to future you.
Homicide. There's no identifier on him other than Matt Rodden with the same date of birth. 6'4", 155, brown over brown.
Behind you.
Would you pay attention to grows?
What
What are we growing together today?
When you go in,
on Target Street,
on
there's
your,
one patrol.
when you go in, make the first right, go to the end, and then make the right again like you're going out, water. And then he'll be standing outside. AC 909 dispatch.
No, go ahead.
Sure, Sam.
Come on.
All I heard was Vicks for lunch. We're going to stop and fill up with water. It's nowhere near lunchtime. That's why I said we're going to fill up with water. And we're going to do the calls that are there. And
really great feedback we're getting of that. So there's 14 came in, and now we have a selection of scoring.
Engine 12 medic 12 call for engine 12 medic 12 medic 12 call for engine 12 medic 11 for seizure a 3225 11 ferry 3 3225 Harper ferry 3 225 Hamilton ferry.
All right, can still see the vehicle parked at Grace Point Church.
Rowan?
Be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
William Leaking Plank. Got out at Water and Buford. Started walking towards the
recent colonel should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that boundary is wisdom in action.
It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The settings are...
I have an S1 inside. It's going to be the corner truck doors and SPID. The address is 3138 SPID. I have suite number 106. 3138 SPID, suite number 106. Work order is 62158. 62158.
Find me the meter number.
Bring the pain relief.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Although, of course, if you want to install stuff from the repos, you will end up having access to various versions of libraries, of development tools, and
There's these two right here that we can turn on.
Utility was the color. State.
Park the truck. Don't start anything. Park the truck. I heard you, BJ, and I said, there's two here. I heard you. Hold on.
X. That's for 3138 SPID. Like I said, there's 3 gas meters out there. It doesn't seem like none of them are commercial either.
Okay.
Make sure
follow with this.
that you can have
So now we'll create
so by having
plugin.
it
You probably know
We
this
have a
print for business
four-field
cards,
study.
but did you know we
taking
print
place.
everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans?
And
We
my
print banners
concern
and signs that help your
is that by
business stand
having
out.
corporate
We print
people
postcards and flyers
that-
that get people talking. And we print
You know,
postcards
you
like
might
this.
try to
What do you want to do? We print postcards.
Are you getting charged too, Mr. Ben?
Remember how I get through, we had to throw it away? That's the day. Should be. Alright, thank you. You're welcome.
I knew his name ever since then.
Placement scan complete.
He is an award-winning journalist who worked for more than 20 years for the New York Times, most of it as a foreign correspondent. And he was the Times bureau chief in Nicaragua during the 80s, in Germany during the 1990s. In 1996, he was named chief of the newly opened Times bureau in Istanbul, and later was appointed
Trim
national
complete.
culture correspondent
Process
in
21. Quarantine 0.
Chicago.
P25 Metro. P25? You can show me clear from Sally with one citation issue. Okay.
Okay. Can you call me on my phone?
Want themselves to be good advisors. Each of us has core beliefs that work as defense mechanisms against self-contradictory influences. During unfreezing, the psycho's goal is to point out the flaws in this mechanism so you see his worldview as more fruitful. But once you get to this stage, quote-unquote, change, they begin to actively spill in poisonous ideas into your skull, slowly but steadily changing your personality. As usual, they sandwich
Back here by the signs, there's a little tree sticking out back here, right in front of the truck. You might have to come and trim this a little bit.
Right.
3053 is ready.
Thanks, sir.
Business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousands, we run on customers can go from noticing your brand all your life right now.
But here's what's key. The problem, and the part most people don't know, is that it continues to track you, and it's unique, and it's monitoring what you're doing. But here's what's key. The fog revealed data
Victor Bravo, November 1939, also 24.
Particular way. Number one, area, better known as geofence. The officer can
I'll be out on East 359, headed towards Beeville. Six 1044. 27 is going to be 00303494. Repeating 00303494.
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
Expired March 2026 or 2024 shipping carry-on. Living color, first name is Della Gaten. License DA, New York, Massachusetts, confirmed. That's 27 comes directed to Della Gaten. License DA 0 clear, expires 2032, negative 20.
I want to make sure that we're going to reduce the flow, the amount of fresh water being dumped into the basin estuary, and we're not going to unintentionally increase the salinity of those basin estuaries as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
But there was no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, but there was no second.
We got one car behind us. Show me at 800 3rd Street, Houston.
No one wins when someone's piece is treated as a game or experiment.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Moving on the 174 Foxtail, they need a tap. And it's going to be probably a commercial meter that they're going to be using a lot of usage.
Did you refer them to their utility development services for that? They didn't come across in the work order that way this way, that's why I gave it to you. Can you let them know who they need to contact?
Nothing's installed yet. They all got stub outs. No appliances or anything's installed. But they are going to be using a pool heater, generator, stove, 2 water heaters. So they're going to need something bigger than what we use.
Can you refer them to development services in their area for utilities and workforce, please?
Do me a favor, call me on my phone.
Right. Dispatch.
Yeah, boy.
Lieutenant, citation issue.
Yeah.
I went and picked it up. She went downstairs for this check. Like I said, I seen a medic do this.
The 100 block.
Ordinance, so if you try to modify shit, I might go hearing something.
William X-Ray Charles.
I know you guys do that.
William
I
X-Ray
am not
Charles.
alive. But I'm awake while you were here with me.
Well, I didn't call you. Are you dispatch? I am. Oh, you're dispatcher.
649.
Come on, Mohawk call. I have 4 results when you're ready. 10-4, go ahead. It'll be 1 made contact victim, 1 report, 1 made contact owner, and 1 educate. And then can you resequence this call and put it back in my box? I'm going to pick up the feline later.
320. Go Charlie 320.
Semi-1.
Charlie 220, disregard. Try to reach Charlie 320.
Ben?
This is the C data. Can you call for 3941 Harris, the one working? I have results when you're ready. This is the C data transfer.
No, go ahead.
1 educate and 2 unable to catch.
Rough people.
As the AI created by Johnny B. clustered topic from question topic from...
I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who
these arrests are in addition to the work of our
tragedy.
270.
Like everybody
Everhart
would say the same thing.
DC Safe Task Force has been
when I learned
the job they've done, it's incredible, and it's been so.
Yes, ma'am. This one on Greenwood is rendered safe. It's a house line leak. Donald's already on site speaking to the contractor so they can make repairs.
Okay, so rendered safe, you said, that we can update the email. Who did you say on location?
$49.01.
Route 7 to base. Can I get a private? Stand by 1.
DJ. Go ahead.
Wait, 10-40.
That's a big 10-4.
Sorry, I was on the other line.
Yeah.
And then in about a minute, can you show me working the call on Yale Street, the injured?
10-4.
You got a car coming up behind you.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 24, quarantine 0.
I just took the 932 with the $6 bill off the one. That's why I got
the same thing happens. China suddenly loses huge. China suddenly loses oil and oil It's enormous.
Everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it actually, and everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington D.C. and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in war. They're being killed on an average of over one a week. The Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been incredible, and the Make Memphis.
Me too, waiting for the light to change colors. Okay. Go around me.
Round 7 to base.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. But here's a classic, silence.
Two 26223. Do you think?
Ten 7 with no 0 passengers. None, go ahead.
Okay, you can read the call. Here's the results. unable to locate, and then in about they're gonna.
May complete my call on Southwest Island Drive. Result codes will be 1 main contact RP, 1 patrol, 1 gone arrival. Formation main route.
Linux. Now, it is potentially possible to run the Windows version of Office in Linux by various means. I'll look at that later in this video. But by default, when you first install Linux Mint, if you take a USB drive, I've got one here, and you plug it in, and the drive will come up like that. And as you can see, there's a Word document on the drive, and if I click on it, by default it'll open in LibreOffice Writer, which is the default word processor in most mainstream Linux distributions.
7 on a dispatch for a radio check. There. Loud and clear.
At the same time, the European Union took a very heavy-handed regulatory approach. Here's an amazing statistic, Mr. President. In 1990, the European Union, the U.S. economy,
down by the city marina.
were virtually identical in size. Here's an amazing statistic. Today, America is more than 50% larger than Europe. And the two drivers of that are tech and the shale revolution. It transformed this country, and AI is the same thing. It's a race, and if China wins the race,
You would reach the office. Yeah, boy. Chris, y'all go and go pick up those bags. I want to pick up before y'all take y'all to lunch break. Very warm in the area.
10-4.
This one was gonna put the tube on it, Joe. We. Copy. Where you at, Chris?
Um, 1023, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Charlie already did. My archive is almost exhausted.
younger,
Still, no invention excuses.
Thank you. Hey, bitches a lot.
218, shouldn't the VFD shut down everything on it, or is it just a return motor, or what, how do you kill all the air?
I know, I bitch.
So when you kill the drive, it's just for the supply air. The return is on the main breaker.
Okay, 218 on the come out on the on the front of one of those buckets.
Yeah, but you won't need to turn it off. I mean, you were able to handle it with just the supplies turned off.
10-4, give me a moment.
Okay, it'll be over there in your desk area, that bucket on that wall.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
Now, as per the default applications, you get a very basic bare-bones file manager. It has grid view, it has list view, it has a few options to sort, zoom, whatever. The settings are extremely basic in there. You do have file search built in as well, and a bunch of menus, which is how Cosmic does the menu. They're basically in a sort of header bar in there. I like the look. I think it's fine. It doesn't have...
23, go ahead.
Hey, 2909 dispatch.
For any fencing.
Really?
Yeah. Because what happens is you get into side streets, and the city wants to make sure that cars that are going through side streets are able to see around the corner. Well, if they're going to go and require permits for corner lots, then they're going to also require permits for any other lots. And they're also going to be able to decide where the setbacks are off of the sidewalk, or you're allowed to put your fence right up against it.
So far, you can be smart.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up.
Which details the 20 minutes or so murder, rape, aggravated assault, robbery, 24.
It also resulted in the new railway security.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit two sets of documents. The first is a series of emails from the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They are making FOIA requests to get their own FBI.
But it is a book about three members of Congress, three senators. And these are three senators who were the rock stars of their era. It was at a time, I could ask this question to you. Leaves doesn't count because he's a specialist in presidents. But why is it that of all the presidents in the 19th century, nearly all of them are quite...
Okay,
some people will remember Jefferson. Yeah, I mean, but Jefferson's...
Basically, not you want to dispatch. Can you show me completed with the 1809 Yale call with result codes 1 patrol, 1 unable to locate? Victor Lee Okay, I'm gonna go to the loo.
Go!
Okay, one, can you add 28 and 27 for unit 1?
10-4, go ahead and use 28.
William Robert Victor, 9943. William Robert Victor, 9943. Break for 27.
Go ahead.
1134 4295 1134 4295.
Do you have unit 2?
Stand by 1.
Come on, 34, 10-4.
Seven is going to be 4258 3609 4258 3609. Break for 28.
Go ahead.
Victor Zebra Charles 3059. Victor Zebra Charles 3059.
$31, do you need returns?
Is insurance confirmed on both?
Yeah. 10-4, insurance confirmed on both.
Oh, thank you.
10-4, thank you.
Between my phone and cell networks, and I can still use the phone offline for things like offline maps and cameras. Keep in mind, you can achieve basically the same ends by just putting your phone in airplane mode when you're not using it. There are two little perks of using a hotspot that I'm with a cable, but they apply specifically when I'm not purchased, and I can even put it in a Faraday bag if I'm concerned. This dramatically reduces the amount of traffic between my phone and cell networks, and I can still use the phone offline for things like offline...
Generated. Placement scan complete.
Yes, or I start with what almost nobody can think.
$1023 to dispatch. $1023 to dispatch. I still cannot hear you.
Corpus Christi, who already has the data, majority of the data of the Inner Harbor.
Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Pretty smart to finish where he left off of, you know. However, it just concerns me that we're not going to have
Location
a
ccpd-20.
I also want to say that offline when we do this, so I can tell you
and they charged him with murder, believing that this evidence linked him to the cover-up. The crazy part? This case was later dropped for insufficient proof by the prosecutor. However, it didn't stop this man from going through all of the parts of the file
everything on the disk and give us a computer with a clean install of Zorin OS, but none of the data or anything else that was previously.
What about the famous case of US versus Kyler?
So, and I'll click on Install Now, and it just checks we're really able to do it. Yes, we do, and I'll click on Continue. And it can ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK. That's
6008.
Request is valid. We compare that against the comprehensive plan, the area development plan, and what we call the future land use map. That is, again, what I like to call the crystal ball, looking to the future. If an area should change with zoning, like we will see corridors that may have some residential today. If you think of the Toys R Us corridor along Airline had old residential homes that have slowly converted into businesses.
Broadcasting distress towards someone who's not clever. It's a confession of inner poverty.
Town and Country Shopping Center, the same thing has occurred. You have a,
You should see that. You can recognize it. And this? Or this?
El 401-652-5763 y ese es el Departamento de la Policía de Providence y también el FBI tiene otro website en el cual si tú tienes cualquier tipo de evidencia como cualquier tipo de fotos o cualquiera que tú pienses que puede ser importante lo puedes mandar al departamento al website que es la fbi.gov la raya de atrás Brown University shooting.
What's up, Vince? Go ahead. Driver's half day street, half day solid waste. Alright, simple. Now your brother, he stopped right here in front of me, right beside me, and yes, he thought he was east. 10-4.
For sustainable development at Columbia University.
President Trump has issued direct threats against direct UN member states, against including UN member states, Denmark, including Colombia, Mexico.
.3042 radio check.
Thirty-one 405. Give me a few minutes. You got a big truck coming behind you. 262 to Q.
Go ahead.
Over here at the intersection of Water and Castle Park, I got a leaking valve box that's bubbling gas inside of it. I talked to Joey. He says to contact the valve crew and make it a grade 1. You want to give me the contact for valve crew, or do you want to tell them?
I don't know that crew. I just know it for those. You start with Harvey, so maybe Harvey has that information because I don't. Let me get you Harvey, okay?
10-4.
Are you okay?
10-4.
Linux voice control stopped. EO1.
Hello?
Some system options. You also have the styling options up there, which we'll talk about in
Come back, Bobby. One FDA, put me out of DR.
Placement scan complete.
You need,
Train complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0.
Thanks for your time, sir.
Can I get an individual, please?
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going
Skill check complete.
Relief car 3162, make sure you get me a battery percentage when you walk back in.
Ten four. Six 23. The county.
About all this children that they cause because they want to have me arrested for elderly abuse for the way you have to live.
Route 5,
I've
1044.
Over the years, that's reported. You know, we need a new coffee maker.
Small disciplines repeated become destiny. You're already on the path.
Yeah, I mean, for an excommunicated wind turbine business that was supposed to be.
Correction, it's going to be 38 and 73.
78 and 73.
38 and 73.
10 4.
Hey, 6.
Institutions down, they're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum.
Are you next, Mr.
Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is.
Yeah,
America is respected again on the world.
He'll be next. Lindsay?
Martha, thank you. Joining us now to discuss the tanker seizure further is Democratic Representative from Pennsylvania, Christi Houlihan. Representative Houlihan is also a former officer in the U.S. Air Force and currently serves on the House Armed Services Committee. Representative, thank you so much for your time. There are many details about the seizure we still don't know. Of course, you just heard Martha Raddatz reporting there, but can you tell us anything more about what happened?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me.
Show me one detail right now.
Route 5 to dispatch. Can I get private?
Animosity.
My thoughts?
These guys, they don't know how to make up their minds. They want one thing and then they want to change again.
You got any more trucks over there, Juanito?
Not right now.
Zero 206 027.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, you don't need to be perfect.
During the Biden administration, there was a vague agreement on not using AI in the nuclear weapons complex. So tell us what you envision and what conversations you had.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, harassment disguised as science.
They got on there. I was victim of false arrest, persecution, manipulation, and fucking terror.
Down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for 104. But we can fix this by going backwards, and then the system will now reboot, and once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in.
What's this DJ answer? 501, 505. Head over to City Hall for a child locked in the vehicle. So.
Well, no, I can't. 10-4, thank you.
That have moved here, and their kids and their families, their sisters and brothers have been affected by these policies. And so for these things to then directly also affect American citizens in their pocketbook, have the affordability issue that might threaten Republicans' midterms, turn on these candidates and these, these elected officials and affect how they need to run, especially, even Republicans having to be mindful of that, communicate to their constituents that this is a Democrat issue. It's mind-boggling that we're still here. And I think it's incredibly irresponsible of Democrats. We've been saying that for a long time. But I think that, as we're really seeing the effects of this and how it's also turning around, I think the communication is going to be very important. Yeah. And honestly, just understanding where that really comes from.
No, it's true. What you mentioned is so important. And Jason Matera is going to join us in just a second, did a great story about all of the Angel families and who's been lost. And what you hear from Democrats now, that they're talking about Renee Good, they're talking about Alex Preddy, but never talk about the people who die at the hands of people who should not be in this country in the first place. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, who's running for governor of Minnesota now, has just released her campaign kickoff video, and of course she features Renee Good and Alex Preddy very prominently in that video. But you never hear Democrats talk about Jocelyn Naguri or Laken Riley or anyone like that. Well, Alexis, great to have you with us. Thanks for sticking around as we waited for the cabinet meeting to wrap up. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thanks.
All right, so as we mentioned, Democratic lawmakers are working tirelessly to keep Alex Preddy a martyr. But a video of him surfacing just days before his death is cutting into that narrative. And in the video, you can hear Preddy asking agents to assault him. This video does not paint Preddy as a peaceful protester, as elected officials, many of them want you to believe. Governor Tim Walz says he and Renee Good were model citizens.
What they did was, and with Renee Good, what they did was they hit at the best of us doing activities that are at the core of what it means to be Americans.
Now, Senator Raphael Warnock, who is from Georgia, by the way, went to Minnesota for some reason. He visited the site of Preddy's death.
There really are no words. It was a deeply moving experience. As I said, I felt like I was standing on holy ground.
Holy ground. That guy is a minister of Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, also a senator. Meanwhile, today, Borders Czar Tom Homan, speaking for the first time since arriving there in Minnesota to take over immigration operations. This is what Homan said.
In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs and sheriffs. Bottom line is you can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions.
Now, Homan says he will only reduce the number of ICE agents when they receive cooperation from state and local officials. Now to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are moving quickly on new bills aimed at making it easier for Americans to cancel subscriptions and crack down on these hidden fees we're all paying. National correspondent Alana Austin joins us live now for more on that. And Alana, if you're not keeping track of these special fees, you are going to get hit. Good to see you.
Hey, I think I'm having trouble hearing you all, but if you can hear me, I wanted to say that the Minnesota's director of the nutrition feeding programs is testifying behind closed doors behind us here on Capitol Hill. Apparently, she alerted the FBI and other internal agencies in the state of Minnesota to suspicions of fraud, but she says that was ignored for years. Now, she did not make a comment when we caught her in the hallway arriving this morning, nor did her attorney want to provide any information or statement when he stepped outside of the hearing. Republicans called this because they fear millions, if not billions, were stolen from Minnesota in various criminal schemes. Now, the controversy roiling the state as dozens of Somali nationals and other suspects are prosecuted for allegedly raiding welfare programs, including funds to feed the poor. Federal investigations trickled in slowly with a ramp up in cases now under the Trump administration. In the COVID-19 era, the state relaxed rules surrounding social services, and Honor quickly alerted authorities of suspected fraud, saying this: "We became concerned very quickly. We had more and more site applications coming in for restaurants, and I found that to be highly concerning." Honor flagging those fears to numerous officials, saying, quote, "The reimbursement claims began rolling in at incredibly high numbers." And today, I tracked down both of Minnesota's Democratic senators, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith. Here's what they had to say about the whole matter. Hi, Senator Klobuchar. We saw the announcement today. Do you have any statement? Senator Klobuchar, any statement on your candidacy for governor? Hey, Senator Smith, good morning. Could I ask you about the fraud in Minnesota? Your top official on nutrition feeding programs is testifying before the House Oversight.
I'll come out and talk to you all later, okay?
All right, so we did not hear from Senator Klobuchar, who just announced this morning she's going to be seeking the office of governor in her state. In a campaign video, she did say she wanted to address the fraud in the state in a fair-minded way. Senator Smith, we did not have a chance to speak with her, but you saw she was going into a Senate Agriculture Committee meeting, and so we do not have her perspective with the latest developments on an official in her state coming here to Capitol Hill. Back to you.
Alana Austin live for us on the Thank you, Alana. even if she can't hear us. Our thanks goes out to her. Now, it's an issue we flagged before: juvenile crime in a court system that too often refuses to take it seriously. Another disturbing example out of Harris County, Texas, where a violent juvenile offender was given leniency by the court and the consequences followed quickly. Jason Matera joins us live now for more on this. Hey, Jason.
Hey, John. So this story starts with a robbery, then explodes into violence inside a jail. But at the center of it all is a dangerous offender who never should have been back on the street in the first place. Police in Sugar Land, Texas say that on January 11th, 4 teenagers robbed a CVS early in the morning. But their getaway plan wasn't exactly thought out, and they were all caught almost immediately, arrested and charged with aggravated robbery. But aggravated robbery was just the beginning. The 4 quickly escalated their crimes to aggravated assault and escape. According to court documents obtained by Newsmax, later that afternoon, a judge opened the cell door to check on one of those inmates and was met with a violent attack. The officer was allegedly stomped in the head 6 or 7 times and knocked unconscious. He purportedly suffered a broken nose, along with severe lacerations to his face, mouth, neck, and chest. He apparently was also bitten several times. Police say one of the teams then released the other inmates and all 4 escaped. But that escape was brief. Authorities tracked them down and took them back into custody, not even 2 hours later. But here is where the story takes a painfully familiar turn. One of the teens, 19-year-old Edmund Guillory, was already known to the courts. 3 years earlier, he was arrested for capital murder and later convicted, all as a juvenile. Guillory...
No, 6 to 21.
So 9, 10, 41, 10, 8.
Cool, Nathan.
He was reportedly sentenced to 17 years in prison.
Are you at the
Processing the data.
Airport 60 David Lansard? No.
David, Lansard, 1838.
But instead of being transferred to an adult facility to finish that sentence, he was released on parole at night.
Crossroads location.
Right, we're now booting from our Zorin OS USB drive. And exactly how you achieve this will depend
by
on
a juvenile court judge and merely given an ankle monitor. It was a decision that the Harris County District Attorney's Office strongly opposed.
Our consequences will give a chance to someone who's a violent offender.
And those consequences just came fast. Authorities say Guillory cut off his ankle monitor just days before robbing the CVS with the 3 other teens.
Yes, sir. 24.
Radio 6.
12 or so.
He was amending. Yeah, we're going to let everybody take a turn before. You good? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share my sentiments as well. I agree. I think that we're inviting people to come do what is in their right, which is to contact their government. And so everybody should have that 3 minutes if they've made the trip down here to City Hall. And I too see.
Then participated in the jailhouse escape and left a guard nearly beaten to death.
There are other victims now.
The election was
They don't
rigged,
have to be there.
and because of that, we lost. A lot of lives have been lost because of that. Well, not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day and said,
Thank you, Chris. So I'd like to just talk about some of the upcoming near-future actions associated with this project. So as Chris mentioned, we've got weekly meetings that are ongoing. Those meetings involve the seller, Evangeline Laguna. We have weekly meetings with them at city staff with the sellers. And then we have multiple meetings.
Of the evening. If there is a meaningful update, we will notify you all, and we're not afraid to update you in the middle of the night, but we will ensure that it's a meaningful update. Otherwise, we will plan on reconvening tomorrow and provide updates throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. 7.5 hours after a mass shooting at Brown University that left 2 people dead, 2 students dead, and several injured at Rhode Island Hospital. The search for that gunman.
DJ, David said that,
But you don't.
42, are you stalled?
One. I'm still here on the Lori. Alright, 10 folks. I'm trying to get familiar with y'all's voices because y'all sound the same.
Yeah, I understand.
Can that be the last one to come in? Well, I recognize your voice,
Yes, he is, actually. He may not have radio signal.
checking North Shore again.
True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment anyone, even in fantasy.
Right? Now, I predicted this a long time ago, and I think that this is going to be the case. Before the end of this video, I'm going to tell you about
135 to base. Could I get an individual, please?
All right. Well, interview.
This is the cycle of progressive justice. Criminals are shielded from punishment, and John, followed by more people being victimized by those same criminals. Of course, his teen crew, they're all facing serious felonies now. They'll be behind bars, especially this Edmund Guillory character who had a second chance at life, but he cut it off along with the ankle monitor.
Yeah, 19. You're 19. You're no longer a juvenile, but they still benefit from the juvenile label.
It was interesting. We talked to the Harris County DA's office, and right before a juvenile turns 19, essentially, even though he's not technically a juvenile, the juvenile court has to make a decision. Either they transfer them to an adult facility, adult prison, to finish the rest of their sentence, or they're released on parole. And the prosecution said, hey, listen, this guy is bad news. You cannot release him just on parole. Send them to an adult facility. Again, he was convicted of capital murder at 15. It's not like robbery, like capital murder.
Not shoplifting.
No,
strong signal of consent is one of respect and non-interference.
The judge disagreed, let the guy loose, and again, they not only robbed the CVS, but almost killed the jailer in a brazen escape.
Unbelievable. Jason Matera, great to see you. All right, well, President Trump just wrapped up his first cabinet meeting of 2026. Let's get out to White House correspondent Mike Carter, who just emerged from the cabinet meeting and is here to wrap it all up for us. Hey, Mike.
Hey, John, good to be with you. Well, President Trump's last cabinet meeting, if you may remember last year, lasted nearly 3 hours. Of course, a lot of people commenting that the president seemed to be sleeping during that cabinet meeting. Trump today, though, saying he wasn't sleeping, he just got a little bored. And so because of that, the president didn't call on all his cabinet members today, and most notably, didn't call on Secretary of Homeland Security, Christi. A lot of calls coming from Minneapolis and here in Washington, including some Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis, for Noem to step down or for Trump to fire her outright. The president, though, not calling on Noem today, instead choosing on some other cabinet members. The president did break some news today, though, John. Today, Trump heralding the fall of energy prices in America's steel industry, saying that for the first time in 26 years, the U.S. is now manufacturing more steel than Japan, due entirely, Trump says, because of tariffs. The president starting today's briefing with an update on Venezuela, saying that people formerly from Venezuela will now be able to go home to visit or to live under the protection of the United States.
I just spoke to the president of Venezuela, informed her that we're going to be opening up all commercial airspace over Venezuela. American citizens will be very shortly able to go to Venezuela, and they'll be safe there. They'll be safe. It's under very strong control.
Well, we did hear from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff today, saying that over the last few months, Ukrainian officials have told him more progress has been made in ending the war in Ukraine than they've seen in the last 4 years. Witkoff says security and prosperity agreements are largely finished now, and that Ukraine is largely hopeful that a peace deal will be delivered sometime soon.
And because of the cold, extreme cold, they have the same that we do. I personally asked President Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week.
Well, again, we did not hear from President Trump on his thoughts on Secretary Christi Noem today. Of course, just 2 days ago, President Trump expressed his confidence in Noem, saying the two of them had a very good relationship. But again, didn't call on Noem today amidst a lot of fury for Noem to step down. We did hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries today, John. He says that Noem's got to go, that she should be put on ice. And those comments are sure to rile up the White House, and we'll be hearing from the president later this afternoon in the Oval Office. And then tonight at the Trump Kennedy Center, the premiere of Melania, the First Lady's. Biopic film about the first 20 days in the second Trump term. So hope to hear from the president later today or tonight regarding his thoughts on Secretary Noem. Will she continue to lead?
31 ready. 31 is ready.
Thank you.
Vast stretches of emptiness and baffle. What had to happen for them to occur? One of these discontinuities, the perceived separation from the forces of orbital resonance.
Train complete. 21. Quarantine 0.
Influence of Saturn's moon.
As Secretary of Homeland Security, today, though, mum's the word at the White House when it comes to Christi Noem.
Yeah, at least from what we got to see, Mike, of course, they kicked everyone out, they closed the doors, and I'm sure there was probably some discussion about that when the cabinet meeting was meeting without the cameras present. Mike Carter, live for us at the White House. Thank you, Mike.
Which would give us a unique view, not visible from Earth, of our first ever observation of a collision between two objects in the solar system. The first impact occurred at 2013 UTC on the 16th of July, when fragment A entered Jupiter's southern hemisphere traveling at 60 kilometers a second, hitting the planet with an estimated
Palestinian journalists in Gaza. That was its role, the PR role, to inflict reputation damage on Palestinians who are doing their job reporting on Gaza. And they were told. This is according to sources who spoke to 972. This part is important to Israel because it will give us time and allow us to prolong the war. And so now we think it's
recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any platform without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft.
Corpus Christi. First, just talking to since nobody brought it up. We have to do the 3 minutes for everybody. There's finally count 5.
Placement scan complete.
Every one of them already has a lawsuit filed pending against them. Including Corpus. The lawsuit's been completed. So
security. Placement scan complete.
I have to go scan complete.
But still ahead, Ilhan Omar's finances are under the microscope after she released her financial disclosure forms, and there's a lot of stuff about her and her husband's venture capital firm, wlaking Capital, that don't quite add up. We'll break it all down for you coming up next.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. There you go. It's all yours. There you go.
36 to dispatch.
It's all yours.
Workflow complete for fixed JSON.
Stand by, we're going to move it up.
40 got it.
What is that? I'll send a big team.
Well, 623.
You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country. So congratulations, and we're going to take a picture.
If you get someone, you can shut them back down. We gotta wait here till about 2 o'clock for the last guy coming.
Home funds, home investment partnership funds, federal funds committed to the project, and the team is requesting $1 million depending on the safety and on the map there you can see that.
That we held training sessions just over a week ago. Over 2 days, we held 4 sessions.
And the first layout is what they call Windows-like. It's what we've got here. We've also got Windows list.
Airport 16, David, Lansard.
David, Lansard 1838.
On that drive. So, and I'll click on Install Now, and it just checks we really want to do it. Yes, we do, and I'll click on Continue.
So
and it'll ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK, that's fine. London's fine for my time zone. I need to create an account.
The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see
Clip
that
generated.
the stuff is not animated as it should be.
Negative, I didn't hear any traffic besides this traffic.
Roger that. We departed
ccpd
at 1455 with 3 sources on board. Okay,
Carol, 5 minutes, head back to the station, please.
Linux voice control restarted.
ccpd, animal control.
Can you find the eclipse? Right there. This antenna was looking 1,000 kilometers away from where the eclipse shadow was. But the eclipse has an edge, and the edge causes a huge reduction in the amount of electrons in the upper atmosphere. All of that is done using radio waves. And in fact, this is a really, really hard experiment to do. I use my 2 megawatt transmitters, and I get about 2 femtowatts back.
on a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russian hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election, that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, this one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to say
Nine, gentlemen. .3047 radio check.
From the Fort Secret parking lot. Copy 27 for the phone call.
That is up to them out there. Let them know that you need to go to West Rock. A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that.
That empowers police officers to conduct immigration enforcement. How will you do that? What will that look like? And are you afraid you're going to open yourselves up to
simply a local account in 2nd of August. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but one critical one is that we don't have the money. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. We have money for streets. We have money for parking lots. We have money for hotelers. But the problem we have here, public safety issues. We have aggressive dogs on the streets. We have sick dogs that need to be put down, are struggling and suffering.
This moment, at least. But there's never been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, they say the two worst treated presidents by the media, etc. The late great
You pick your language, your keyboard layout, which is already picked during the install, but I suppose that says OEM install
why the future AI glasses.
Of course,
Android XR powers everything in all new form factors like Xreal's Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go.
3047 dispatch, you said Morgan and Staples, correct?
Incredible.
Shake the
whole
video. Both of us in particular
And then remove scan complete. Everything looks good.
Kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
After 4 years. Reddington, talk to me. Some poisoning.
You can turn on 410 bird.
Renaming complete. 2001, 156 files renamed.
And construction is they're doing that with healthcare. We have a great healthcare proposal where we pay all the hundreds of billions of dollars that the insurance companies have been making. The stock is up 1,700%. And by the way, the stock market today hit another high. 52 times we hit a high in the 7-month period. My second president. And it's been amazing. Nobody's seen anything like it. And we're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the days that I've served. 48 days have already hit record highs. And we have, maybe most importantly, the number we have now, I was saying 17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our country because of the election.
Police say at least
kindness echoes longer than malice ever could.
Rushed to the hospital. Authorities say the team was waiting at an intersection at Harbor Boulevard and West North Street. No word on the injuries. Tonight, University of Michigan firing its head football coach, Sherif, Moore, saying there is, quote, credible evidence he engaged in an inappropriate relationship with the staff. Moore led the Wolverines for 2 seasons. A daring rescue tonight on a treacherous trail on Arizona's Camelback Mountain. A helicopter on a routine patrol, spotting a hiker stuck on top of a large boulder last night.
Is to play fair and mine is to not, then an argument could be made that you're slightly more at fault than I, but like
millions of dollars. But on a side note, this is for everybody at home, everybody out here. I want to let you know that on January 2910. We begin with the letter A.
Sorted. 156 posted.
The previous findings by Terra that 24 million gallons a day can be sustainably pumped from the project site. Other items, the sellers are working to finalize details of their partnership agreement. As you recall, their agreement is with a number of different
Convoys
families,
creates calmer days.
and with that comes
Yours just
surface
did.
use agreements. Those are important because that's where we're going to drill.
So what do officers do? They email or they call a neighboring agency, maybe the county sheriff, state police, or a federal task force that does have facial recognition.
Silence trimming complete.
On a search instead. On paper, the silence trimming we don't use facial recognition. In reality, they're using it by proxy and pretending they're incomplete. In reality, a former prosecutor summed it up bluntly. A former
The person leading the protests
You keep coming back?
or do
I
you
like
want to
that.
be able to track their movements?
One more time. The most powerful.
activists and check that they're not disrupting business like we can.
He knows already who are the leaders, or he wants to find out.
And it was at that moment that our undercover reporter and ourselves, when we saw the footage later,
Just come over here and turn around.
From the US.
And here we see Dr. Rudolph discussing the challenges.
Wait, so you want me to go straight in and then turn around? If that's easier for you, or if you want to just reverse it. Kinda sounds like he's saying whatever you want again.
28.
But in P25, they're often the least important part. But in P25, they're often the least important part.
Okay, 27, 28,
What actually makes you
23, 28.
Clip generated.
Our 7-month period we're talking about here. If you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000.
We'll go back and forth
That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 27,600 arrests of violent felons.
New file sorted.
7 months alone.
6 placed in worded folders.
This, because it uses the XFCE for XFCE is a more lightweight.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Believe is instructed. You know. I know I want to. Oh, we have to create new. You agree with us?
Ali, CJ, earn generation complete with worded series files.
An ambassador to a great country. We're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down and...
However, engine 12 and medic 12, engine 12 and medic 12, traffic accident injuries, at Corpus, Central, EMS 1203, work off of EMS 1, 1849.
Is the best operating system.
The most powerful transmission is kindness. It travels farther than any radio wave.
Thank you for the heads up, though.
10-4, you're welcome.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
What you pay attention to grows. What are we growing together today?
And it carries back a magnetron, so it comes out of this way.
Except all audio.
So it comes out of this inside is 4,000 volts. The carry back heated up causes minerals. The carry back magnetron is a fermionic